Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the committee conference on Senate Bill 42, which seeks to restrict public officers from engaging in certain private dealings. The Senate had asked for a committee of conference because there was a significant change in the amount of money. The Senate version has $200 and the House changed it to a value in excess over $1,000 in any 1 year. So we would like to hear from you why you had such a change, and I'm sure Senator Reagan has some comments as well.
Well, whoops. Yeah, I guess it's not even necessary. I have a big enough mouth. And then beyond that, somebody pointed out that this legislation was originally prepared in 1975, or rather the RSA that it affects. And that was almost 50 years ago. And somebody said we should probably increase the cap to reflect the change in costs between now and then. The term of service, you apparently don't have a disagreement with. I know that Representative Fellows is going to make one minor suggestion on that. And as far as the cap of $1,000 versus $200, if my colleagues in the Senate prefer to keep it at $200, I don't think you're going to find a whole lot of opposition to that on this side.
Senator Reagan, would you like to chime in?
The reason for the $1,000 seems pretty reasonable when you're thinking the way you're thinking. But what prompted the submission of the legislation was an abusive situation by a select board member in one of the towns I represent, who was siphoning off every kind of a small job in town. Mm-hmm. And the jobs were never posted anywhere. There was never any competition allowed. And citizens in the town complained to me that, what could we do about this? So this is an effort to force, a transparency in awarding work for goods or services.
I think our whole committee thought it was an appropriate piece of legislation. And I'll ask if you folks are unanimous on it, then I'll ask the House side over here if they have any comments to add. Are you three in agreement on the $200 limit?
Yes.
Well, in turn, let me ask Representative Fellows to comment, and then Yakubovich.
Yes, I had just one suggestion. The part that let's see. One of the parts that the House added was to specify that it was services provided during 1 year. And I would just suggest changing that to in any fiscal year. So there's no confusion between if we're talking about a calendar year or a fiscal year.
So I'm looking at what it says here. So it would, because I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page concerning language. It will go back to the $200, so it will read, no person holding a public office as such an in-state or any political subdivision, governmental service shall by contract or otherwise, except by open competitive bidding, buy real estate, sell or buy goods, commodities, or other personal property of a value in excess of $200 at any one sale. Let's see, I think we need to get this in excess of $200 in any fiscal year, any one fiscal year, and then to or holds from the state or political subdivision under which he or she holds public office. Is that amenable to you folks?
Works for me.
Here's the problem with the year.
Okay.
If you're going to bar activity for an entire year, you may bar the only person in town that's able to provide some service. So,
But if it's that office holder, that's what the aim is, except if it goes by competitive bid, which throws everything else open. Correct?
if you can read it that way, I guess that would stand.
So basically, what this says is they can only earn, I'm just gonna use the word earn, $200 per year, per fiscal year.
Right. Now, the other way, excuse me, the other way to express that is to say within any 12-month period, if that solves your problem.
No. Because you'll still be, the way I read it, it still comes out, it says provide services in excess of $1,000 in any 1 year. I mean, you could you might have somebody that plows snow and gets $150 every time, and after so many snowfalls, they wouldn't be able to do the work. Because it would exceed
Is that not the idea of the legislation?
Now, the idea of the legislation is to force competitive bidding.
I think,
Representative, go ahead.
yeah, I think the confusion is that we moved the services over to where there's no competitive bidding clause anymore. I think that's the senator's comment. If you see, the competitive bidding applies to the property, sell or buy goods, commodities, but services are in a separate subsection. So I think we just got to reword it so services are covered within the competitive bidding clause.
I think that would be a better wording anyway. Senator, does that solve your concern?
Tell me what the wording's going to be.
Michael, you go ahead.
Yeah, I need a minute to figure out that emerging. So I don't know if you have any.
I can't hear very
Oh, I'm
well.
sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, the issue, I believe, is that the services fall outside of the competitive bidding clause. So goods and commodities,
No,
that's kind of what it looks like. Maybe that's a problem with the service. You see, goods, commodities, and everything else is competitive bidding.
They could get straight pretty rapidly.
Well, yes, it has to do with, because the sentence is like so long, and with commas and all that.
Well,
yeah,
what- no,
Rick
but-
just said that the competitive bidding applies to the whole.
Right.
So if they just call.
This is this, and then this is not needed or provide services of a value in excess of $1,000 in any 1 year.
Good. You have it or?
No, I don't. I mean, do it. You can
We'll be just one more minute.
figure out how to move
That's
it.
my
All
concern.
right, I'm going to work.
I think that's open to
1 year is
interpretation,
not
because it
needed.
says
Okay.
the
it
competitive
makes
bidding
it-
By
is right there.
Yeah.
contractor
So
otherwise.
after that, there comes all the things that they can do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because if you think about it, and John's right, if somebody's calling
Okay.
for 150, they can only do it once. They can't do it again.
And
So, because they
Representative
don't hit the 2 months.
Senator Carson is putting, I think she was putting the fiscal year thing up here.
Yes, I mean, they could have
So
a
because we mentioned
$4,000 a year
twice,
snowplow
it
contract.
should be just, or whatever the amount, it should be just once, mentioned once.
Okay. I think I have a reading of it if you'd like to hear.
You know, that makes it a separate.
So it would now read,
This goes back to.
public officials barred from certain private dealings.
Don't need to mention.
No person holding a public office as such in state or any political subdivision, governmental service shall, by contract or otherwise, or provide services of a value in excess of $200 in any one fiscal year.
No,
I'm sorry,
That's
yeah,
okay.
this is on the fly. In state or political subdivision, governmental service shall, by contract or otherwise, except by open competitive bidding, by real estate, sell or buy goods, commodities, or other personal property, or provide services of a value in excess of $200 in any one fiscal year.
No.
To or from the state or political subdivision under which he or she holds public office. Does that resolve the problem?
No, you still have that problem. You're going to bar people because of this cap you're putting it on per year. It's not the intention.
But if you don't put a time limit on, it seems you could go on ad infinitum, no? Am I misunderstanding that?
If they win the competitive bid, yeah, they can bid every week on
Right.
whatever's going on.
But if there's a competitive bid, none of this becomes germane, correct? I might be misunderstanding.
I understand what the hangup is, but the 1 year limit is not going to fix it.
So,
But can we resolve one at a time? If there's an open competitive bid,
Right.
then the rest of this, time limits or anything else, becomes non-germane. So we're under the assumption that there is no open competitive bid, so we can set that aside. Am I right on that?
No, it's to create competitive bidding. So if you competitively bid every week and you're the winner of the bid, you can't put a cap on that time-wise.
Rep Fellows?
so I looked up what is the definition of open competitive bid. And, I found different explanations when I Googled it, but they all said that it had to be advertised and that there had to be an RFP that described the services that you wanted. So that's not something that you would do every week. I certainly can see a town doing an open competitive bid for like plowing of the parking lot at the town office. But they do a bid for the whole winter. They wouldn't do a bid every week.
Okay, but it would still exceed the time limit amount. You're trying to make a time limit for no purpose. The open competitive bid covers the whole intention of the statute.
So question, if, I'm just thinking out loud here, because I think this has gotten a little tangled when it didn't necessarily need to be. If there's no limit, no time limit.
There's no time limit.
It seems, yeah. I'm going to make a bold statement here. I don't think this is critical one way or the other, and I think we should proceed with the senator's suggestion and decide on how that appeals to us. Is there any? So then, the only change in the original Senate bill, actually, there would be no change.
Right.
So it would still specify a cap of $200.
Yes.
Yeah, but even the final, right, we would basically be concurring with the Senate version and withdrawing our proposed amendments.
So I just want to clarify. So you want it to be, if we passed it that way, it would be okay for a select person to be paid $190 every time he plowed the parking lot at the town hall, which might be, 10 times during a winter. But because it's only, the payment is only, it's just, if it only snowed once in a winter, you'd only get paid once. But, so you want that to be allowed,
Yes.
allowed to do without a competitive bid.
Well, yeah, to be reasonable, that would be a reasonable thing to do.
Why are you against the competitive bid?
Not. You missed the whole conversation.
I know, that's why I just heard her say that. I just heard her say without the
Just
competitive
go
bid.
back to the Senate version.
Okay.
Would that circumvent the goal of keeping the limit lower rather than higher? I mean, somebody's services could be contracted 6, 7, 10 times.
As long as they're the winner of the competitive bid, that's the intention.
But they're two separate things. If it's a competitive bid, they could do whatever they want. They put out the bid, and if they propose the price is $5,000, and the select board, for instance, decides to accept it, then he or she could make $5,000 10 times a year.
If he's the competitive bid winner.
Right. But,
Right.
right, so competitive bidding is separate from any limits that we might set. Because if,
Right. You're trying to set a limit in a time period that is outside of the intention of the statute. The intention is to force competitive bidding.
Pardon my missing the conversation. Can you tell me the competitive bid process, are they mandated to pick the lowest bid?
That's up to whoever writes the RFP. They specify there what the,
So if they put out a competitive bid and an employee or an elected official of the town isn't the lowest bid, they're still free to pick him or her, correct?
if they have cause, yeah.
So that would be an easy bypass to this bill. I think I'm trying to get back to why we put the time limit in. It wasn't just arbitrary. We did go through this and we thought, well, if there's a competitive bid and they just keep giving it to the same person anyway, who isn't the lowest bidder, and they're not required by statute to pick the lowest bidder, they got around the whole statute.
But this would stop the abuse that has taken place.
As would our version, I believe, so.
Yeah, I just feel like the intent, kind of getting wrapped up in the weeds, but the intent is really to open it up, really to give the person that's getting that historical job, open it up to other people to say, hey, I have a right to bid this. If it's low, I mean, I don't agree with the lowest bid always getting it. I think you get what you pay for sometimes. But the intent I see is that you're opening up to all four of you to have a chance to have that chance to get that bid.
I thought the most important aspect of this was not opening up to competitive bid, but rather limiting corruption, which aren't necessarily synonymous.
That's what prompted.
Right, and to me, that's what competitive bidding would do.
It would, as long as competitive bidding is actually competitive bidding and not just a shell game where we're going to put it out to competitive bid, but Joe's got this, don't worry about it. That's what our concern was.
Yeah.
Well, the concern about that is oftentimes these things happen without the public knowing. It's just, hey, we need someone to come and pull the weeds in the, garden bed out in front of the town hall. We'll give it to so-and-so and he'll do it. But if it's something that's competitively bid, it's noticed, the public, if they're following, will see that, okay, this, and this. And it will give others the opportunity. And you're right, sometimes these things are like, just kind of like a backdoor deal. Well, Joe Schmo has always done it, so we're just gonna go through the process. But now at least the public sees that there's a way that this should be done. And hopefully the public will pay attention. And they will see that there are these low pay, low bid jobs that are out there. And somebody will have the opportunity to bid. Doesn't guarantee they're gonna win, but they'll have the opportunity and the chance. And that's where you start to cut down on the corruption that Senator Reagan feels brought this bill forward.
I can agree with that, with the understanding that we can also watch it, and if the competitive bidding needs to be revisited in the future, we can tighten that down. So, yeah.
Yes, and that certainly can happen, but because we've gone back to the $200, I think that the public will pay attention and they will watch. We've seen that over this past year, year with remote meetings and everything, that a lot of people have paid attention and have watched, so they will. And I think that's one reason why we passed this bill as we had it, because we could see the merit of doing it this way. So we are going to stick with our position of the Senate version.
Can we break for a quick caucus?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I think I can go on this one. You were on this one, but I.
We're trying to not embarrass her. That's a problem. You're trying not to embarrass her.
They just don't get it. It's okay. It's fine. Yeah, don't let it get, we're still on the, still on the, you're on the, and you're gonna sit there, you're like, I don't understand this. Yeah.
After discussing it, the House is in the position that without a time limit, we can't concur. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Seeing that it is 9:30, I'm going to go ahead and convene the committee conference on Senate Bill 133, adopting omnibus legislation relative to occupational licensure. What I'd like to do, because this is an omnibus bill and there were quite a few changes in here, what I'd like to do is to ask you to go through the changes that you've made.
Okay, that's what I kind of expected we would do.
Okay, terrific.
Okay, parts 1 and 2 were not, 1, 2, and 3 were not changed. So, no trouble. Part 4, membership of the Professional Standards Board in the Department of Education. The House was not convinced that any change was needed in that Professional Standards Board, and therefore we deleted that section entirely. It didn't seem to be worth the bother. All right, the next section, the audiology and speech language pathology. We made some minor corrections to citations and putting it in the appropriate practice acts. And we added a provision requiring the OPLC to finance any expenses of the compact, which seemed appropriate since it's from the license fees of its members. But basically, we left it alone.
Ms. Kroniak is bringing copies of everything,
Okay, well,
so everyone can have everything they need. I'm sorry.
This section also had input from HHS as well as the chairman of the committee that deals with audiology as well.
yeah, there was no opposition to the compact as such, so we made minor grammatical changes and then said the OPLC will pay for the compact. That's all. On part 6, licensure of regulation of music therapists, That was a duplicate of a House bill that had been voted ITL by the committee. So we did the same, we just completely removed that section. Several pages of stuff about music therapists. Okay. Part 7, authority of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification for administration, rulemaking, enforcement of investigations, hearings, and appeals. The most important thing we did was to put in an introduction that said that these are standard procedures and they do not supersede more detailed procedures if a board or profession has it already. For example, I know the Board of Medicine and the Board of Psychology both have fairly detailed investigatory procedures. And this will not supersede them. It does provide an outline for the professions that do not have much in the way of investigatory language in their statute. And there are some. The smaller boards in particular may not have much about investigation or appeals. So this is the standard framework, and it applies as necessary. We added a paragraph saying that the boards can use standing orders to delegate non-discretionary tasks, answering the mail, checking to see that a license that a form is filled out completely, not analyzing the data, just make sure there's something there. And that's what the boards have been doing. So we figure the OPLC staff should be able to do it at the discretion of the boards. Okay. And that's it. Other than that, the rest of the changes are fairly minor in that section, mostly for clarification. On page 10 of the side-by-side in the middle, there was a section that said that the office can disclose information acquired in an investigation to law enforcement. And we added that if the clause, if it involves suspected criminal activity, which is presumably the only time you'd want law enforcement involved.
Right.
All right. Yeah, some clarifying data and relocating some language from one section to another for clarity. Penalties. Okay. It also adds this session, as with the Senate version, allows the boards to discipline people who are not licensed if they are pretending to be, which is, we think, part of it. All right, and that's there. That was one of the meatier sections we worked on. Part 8, relative to skilled professional medical personnel for page 18, for service authorization. We talked with the Department of HHS was strongly opposed to this language. We talked with a number of people about it and decided that the Senate language was much too restrictive, as it appears to forbid the use of doctors or APRNs or other skilled medical personnel from doing this determination. There is a definition of skilled medical personnel there we go. There's already a definition of skilled medical personnel, which we felt was sufficient to allow that. Let's see, the Senate version, we took that out. All right. Part 9, temporary licensure of certain licensed nursing assistants. We spent a bit of time debating this. With support from HHS and OPLC, we put on page 20 of the side-by-side, on the advice of the nursing board, we established that the 100 hours of experience shall be deemed to have taken a board-approved nursing assistant course. which solves the problem of diluting the qualifications for an LNA. It says if you take the online course and survive 100 hours of supervised work, that's what you would get from a class, and you could now take the test and apply for the license. We also eliminated the date, the time limit, because we felt if somebody wants to sign up today, we'd be glad to have them in any nursing home in the state. We think this could continue to be an on-the-job way for people to get into nursing, and we certainly need lots of them, lots more of them. Okay. So we kept the intent, changed the wording. And made it effective on passage. Part 10, revocation of licensure for EMS service units and vehicles. We didn't change that at all. The title move, yeah. Yeah, just change the number, that's all. It got moved up to part 7. Part 11 of the original bill, schools for barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics. We changed a bit of the language, including putting certification into various other parts of the cosmetology statute for consistency. And we, let's see, what's that? Mostly it's that a substantive change is that on page 23, where is there? Actually, it's on 20. On page 22, 313A24, we said that the student can be receiving instruction in a licensed school and/or shop, so that they can mix schooling and practical work, which we thought was important, and that was a House position from House Bill 575, I believe, which you killed. Most of it is, that's there. All right, item 12, telemedicine by out-of-state psychologists. This we worked a great deal with the psychology board. The language is different, but a lot of the intent is the same, namely that they can issue these telepaths to out-of-state people for limited practice. They already have a temporary license in statute and I believe a conditional license in. This one allows people to apply for the license directly, the telepath license, and that they have to comply with the restrictions on it, including not doing any in-person work. Persons from the SIPACT are explicitly exempted from needing this because they already have a compact there. We added a fee, which I'm sure OPLC would appreciate, to take care of the cost of administering it. And what else? And the final thing we did is that we said that a person who has an emergency license under the from an emergency order can be granted a telepath license upon application to the board. They have to ask for it, but they can upgrade to a telepath license without any additional requirements other than, good professional character and ability to pay the fee and stuff like that. And part 13, we didn't change. Just a number, yeah. Then we added a new version, a new section by a non-germane amendment, which was a request of Representative Wallner. And this is one small piece of a bill where we have an interim study, and it allows, or it declares that a person applying for certification as an associate teacher can substitute documented life experience for their 30 hours of training in child growth and development. So we specified what counts as documented life experience. Experience with the same age children, as in a family child care provider, a foster parent, school teacher, camp counselor, group leader for children, like coach for Little League or Girl Scouts or whatever, or something closely related to that as in documented experience. And that's after the 1,000 hours of supervised child care experience. So
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In part, I believe it's, and I'm looking at your spreadsheet, and I'd like to thank Ms. Marley for her work on this. Part 9.
what page are you on?
I am on page 24. I believe it's on page 24. You gave them the ability, OPLC, to charge a fee.
Yes.
Is there any restrictions on that or any parameters on that fee at all?
Not in this language, but we have been moving in this and other bills, we've been moving the fee authority to OPLC for them to set the fees for licensed issues. It's only in rare cases where we have specific limits, like I think $500 a day for some penalties.
Okay, is there going to be a GELCAR process for that? Or-
Yes, it's covered by rulemaking.
Okay, so
We'll get another shot at making sure it's reasonable.
okay. I just would like to just maybe delve a little bit more into the two sections that you deleted. One is the membership of the Professional Standards Board. Can you give us some more background on that?
2 or 3, I think it's up the beginning.
Yeah, it's right in.
It starts on page 1. Michael, you worked on that.
Yeah, in the subcommittee, we found that it kind of drastically changes the rules for the board. Two section changes, two line changes. One is giving specific seats to the administration, and most importantly, changing from 2 terms to 2 consecutive terms. That means lifetime, no term limits, basically, on that board.
Because I'm just looking here for our testimony on that particular part. I just want to make sure that we're not doing something. Okay, all right. Okay, and could you talk a little bit about the musical therapist, which I believe is our section 6? I believe it is because we had a house that was essentially a benefit concept. We voted on CL. Maybe it's like solid house with crossover, so we can get to it. The intent was to fill it and fill it up.
Therefore, this year, the second term, we were not interested in seeing it again. We thought we'd already voted on it, and we took it out. If it comes back as a separate bill, we will continue to discuss it, but
Okay, but not as part of an omnibus?
no.
Senator Whitley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for answering all these questions. It's really helpful. Can you share sort of why the music therapy piece, that the committee didn't feel like that was ready for prime time? There's sort of
We're
reasoning
opposed
behind
to
that.
the idea because there are music therapists working in the state already. They came in and testified to it. that they have, 30 or 40 people. We did not want to create a brand-new board for that 30 or 40 people. We weren't convinced that they were having trouble finding jobs. The only limitation that they mentioned is that they could not set up independent practice and deal with insurance companies on their own. But as part of a mental health center or a school or wherever, they're working now. It's not like we're keeping them from working.
Reason for the bill.
So they could get
Yeah,
reimbursed.
well,
Right.
And I personally feel very strongly about that. And we do not want it, if it had come in as a separate bill, we might have considered it more seriously, but as part of an omnibus, we said, no, we've dealt with this. We're not going to include it, tuck it into this one and pass it that way.
Okay, thank you for that. So, my understanding is that this was really necessary. There were folks, doing this therapy through, another facility, but it was really important in terms of getting reimbursement. And I think, of course, that's an important way to make sure that the service is available and that many therapists were using this for children who perhaps were born with a parent who was had a substance misuse disorder, and that was a really effective treatment. And so I wonder if there was, sort of testimony about how, there are folks that.
There was a
that
great
need it
deal
but
of
aren't getting it.
testimony at how useful it was. There was also, they're still fighting with the speech language pathologists about coding and who does what to whom, which we thought was objectionable because we've had it 3 years in a row now. And they still don't seem to be really happy with each other. And as I said, the information we got is that although they would prefer to be licensed so they can set up business for themselves and deal with insurance companies, we didn't think that was sufficient justification for the few of them to set up a board.
We had, thank you, we had testimony that we have over 40 music therapists here in New Hampshire. Many of them hold bachelor's degrees in music or a much higher other types of educational degrees in development and psychology, and they need at least 1,200 hours of clinical experience before they take a board exam. One of the things that really struck me during this was that it was because they are not able to be licensed and of the insurance issues, that it is a barrier for the consumer, that the person who would like to get this therapy or they need this type of therapy, because we can't seem to put this together somehow, that this is a barrier for people receiving treatment.
Yes, well, I will comment that the only people in favor of this bill or the previous House bill were either music therapists or people who wanted somebody else to pay for their music therapy. And that was not something that we were sympathetic to. Whether it seems that it is useful, and there are places that hire music therapists, and we are glad to have them if it is helpful, but we're not going to set up a new board for them.
Can I just make a correction, because I do think that the speech therapists and the music therapy organizations have come to an agreement and have and participated in the original, I think it was House Bill 209, if I'm not mistaken, in the bill that we ITL'd in committee, which was not a unanimous ITL. But the differences between the two organizations have been resolved, and we did receive information into that.
Okay, thank you for that information. Okay, are there any further questions for the House members? Do you have any of us? Okay. Do you want to take a few minutes? We can run to my office and we can talk about this. You're good? All right, well, I guess we don't need to take a break. We are going to accede to the House version of Senate Bill 133.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll get the paperwork ready on that one, and we will do what we need to do. Yes, we're done.
Yeah, sorry, you're right about that.
I didn't want to contradict you.
Oh, you were right. I missed that they had finally gotten together.
Okay.
Good point.
No, it's okay. No, we'll just wait. We'll just wait.
This is yours, and these are the rest for everybody
Okay,
else.
all right, terrific.
43.
Okay.
Okay. Supporting this out there.
Okay.
This one.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome the House members to the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 143. And what I'd like to do is to ask the committee chair to briefly go through the changes that you made to Senate Bill 143. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made several changes to the bill. This was an omnibus bill. I have to say, just for the record, the House wasn't very enthusiastic about the omnibus bills that we received. Many of these issues we felt should be standing on their own. If they had been standing on their own and not part of an omnibus bill, we wouldn't be here discussing them today. We did make a change with regard to appointment of counsel for a minor and juvenile. In fact, I think we adopted your amendment, which you had proposed. And with regard to recovery of unauthorized payments by the state, as requested by the Department of Health and Human Services, we did delete that provision. We adopted your parts 3, 4, 5, and 6 as written without amendment. With regard to Part 7, requiring penalty assessment on violations, we did delete that provision. We also deleted your provisions 8, 9, and 10, cybersecurity incident reporting and recommended cybersecurity standards for political subdivisions. We deleted emergency medical and trauma services data, and we had deleted the appeal of a claim denied by the Victims Assistance Commission. We also, we adopted your provisions with regard to what were your parts 11 and 12 without revision. And we adopted an additional provision which became in the bill provision 8, limiting the conditions under which seized property may be retransferred to a federal agency. And we'd be happy if you would like to discuss any of the provisions we deleted or added.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm okay with the second section, deleting that concerning the recovery of the unauthorized payments by the state. I am in agreement that I think that this probably needs a lot more work. I'd also like to say that I'm not a big fan of the omnibus bills myself, because it was difficult shepherding these bills there's a lot of different moving parts to them. So I understand that sentiment of the House committee. I personally had the same issue. So the section, I'm looking at the Senate version requiring the penalty assessment on violations. That I don't think is a deal breaker. We're willing to let that one go. I'd just like to talk a little bit about the cybersecurity incident reporting. I think we know that we do have issues with cybersecurity. I did receive the possibility of some language from the Municipal Association where they added that there would be no penalty or liability if a political subdivision fails to report a cybersecurity incident. And basically it would just hold the political subdivision harmless if there should be some sort of incident. I don't know what the sticking points were for your committee on this particular issue, but I did want you to know that I don't know if this could be a solution that you folks would be willing to entertain.
Does anybody would like to address that?
I've been at this too long. I go back to when Senator Bradley was the chair of Science and Technology, and in 1998 wanted us to pass legislation having to deal with K2000, saying that if the state computer system ran into problems, that we would not be held liable. Mm-hmm. And I had a problem with that, just as I have a problem with this. I think that public entities should be responsible for their actions. If you then are in a situation where one has to go to court or whatever, obviously there might be a justification. But to say that we're not responsible whether it's local or state government, I think is not acceptable. Now, I don't know if my colleagues would take that approach. They might have other approaches, but I know that that's why I believe that the House was correct.
So, okay, so I'm just going to say it needs more work. Probably if it was a standalone bill, it could have been resolved, but I understand that. The next section is the emergency medical and trauma services data. Is there a particular reason why your committee rejected this?
Yeah, that concerned us greatly. It involves the collection of data and to some extent individual data. We just passed a constitutional amendment with regard to people being very concerned about their privacy. And in fact, if you actually read the section in here, there's a committee, a 7-member privacy committee established in order to regulate this. And we felt that that just went the data collection went too far and inappropriate at this time.
Thank you. And the appeal of a claim denied by the Victims Assistance Commission.
Yeah, I can address that. If what you read in there, right now we have a Victims Assistance Commission. And that commission makes decisions as to whether or not the victims should receive an award and the amount of the award they should get. What this bill does is say, if you don't like what the commission did, just go to the commissioner, and the commissioner can overrule the commission and provide whatever award the commissioner wants to give. Or the attorney general, I guess, in this particular case, the attorney general can give whatever award he wants to give. It makes no sense. Why do we have a commission if the attorney general basically has veto power and can do whatever he wants anyway? You might as well just do away with the commission. Why bother? So we didn't feel it was necessary.
Okay, thank you. The other, as I had mentioned earlier, the other changes that you made in language concerning the parts you did keep, we're okay with. We're fine with that. The only issue from this side of the table is the addition of the seized property. That was a bill that came to us and we rejected that bill. We ITL'd it. So I'm hoping that you would consider removing that from this omnibus bill. Also, we have this amendment that has been given to us concerning some additional language to section 5 of the bill.
Can we just
sure.
go back to this issue with regard to seized property? It doesn't prevent any agency from seizing property. I think the issue was whether or not we should be using New Hampshire process to seize property and then transferring that forfeited property, that seized property, to the federal government, and that there should be some standard in doing that. And so the standard that was set was $100,000 in cash. There ought to be at least $100,000 in cash before we use our process to take people's property and then transfer it to the federal government. So we didn't think that that was an unreasonable standard.
Yeah, I know you are, but no, we're not. We had a very long public hearing on this particular issue, and we had a great debate with the committee, the Judiciary Committee, and a pretty robust discussion on the floor of the Senate. We're going to stick with our position that we can't go here.
Even if we were to adjust the amount of cash, for example, lower the amount of cash and make it 50,000 as opposed to 100,000.
It's not the cash, it's that we have done a lot of work on this particular issue. And there are safeguards in this process all along the way that protects an individual's right with this property that has been taken before it's really actually seized from them permanently. So we've gone through this before, and we're just We've said, no, we're not going there anymore.
Madam Chair, on this, as on many issues, I agree with you. About the whole question of seized property and the systems that we have in place. This, however, is a different component. We're not questioning the right of agencies to seize property. We're not saying that it's done inappropriately, incorrectly, unfairly. What we are saying is that when the state seizes the property, or the subdivisions of the state seize the property, they're doing it for reasons that conform with state law and state regulations. And we should not cavalierly be doing that service for the federal government. That's what this talks about. This says, if the state does it, the state does it. But there should be limits on how we take the state efforts, the state time, the state law, and then just fill the bag and give it to the federal agency. So we are completely in support of current law, that how we go about the business. We're just saying that's state money, and it's not, or state items of value, and it should not go to the federal agencies unless it meets certain standards. So I hope that you would reconsider understanding that we're not questioning the underlying process of what happens in the state in terms of forfeiture. Thank you.
We've, as I've said, we've dealt with this issue before. It is about the state partnering with the federal government. And that's basically how this works. They work together. You have local police working with federal agencies in order to do investigations and whatever work that they need to do in order to catch the bad guy or someone who's doing something wrong that is breaking the law. And so if you separate the two, how we're not, first of all, we're not going to get federal assistance, because the federals, they're going to expect to get some of that asset to compensate them for the work that they've done. So are we going to say to them, well, okay, come in here and work with us. We can use some of your resources so we can catch someone who's breaking the law, but you're going to be doing it at no cost. We're just not going to partner with you whatsoever. So you're basically going to say these partnerships are null and void. We're not going to do this. We've seen legislation like this before. This has come through on the Senate side, I think on more than one occasion, to try to separate out the state and the federal, when in fact, they do work together. They use each other's resources. That's why the money is taken the way that it is. And we've already addressed this. We've already gone through this. I believe we passed legislation, I want to say last biennium, if not the biennium before that, dealing with civil asset forfeiture. And we improved the system that we currently use. So I don't see why we need to redo this again. And the amount is lowered. And now you're proposing lowering it even more. It's going to reach a point that it's not going to be worth anybody putting any police department, whether they're a state, a local, or a federal, to even bother putting the time in, because there's no way that they're going to be adequately compensated for their work. So does that mean the police departments are not going to do this work anymore? Or if they are going to do it, now the taxpayers have to fund the whole thing 100%. I mean, it's just the situation, and I understand why we want to do this, but we've already addressed this issue. So why do we have to keep revisiting it? And that's the Senate position. And that was really the crux of the arguments and the conversations we had. We weren't convinced that we needed to do this. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I know. So how are you going to separate that out? How are you going to do that? Without posting the experts, no. I know. Okay.
Well, I think our position is that there are other parts of the bill that are important to us.
Mhm.
And the Senate's already spoken with regard to this particular bill once.
Okay.
So I guess we'll delete that provision from the House portion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you folks interested in the language, to adopt this language that we've received from Mr. Heck? Yes, for section 5.
I'd move that we adopt that language.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so it looks like we have an agreement that we will agree to the changes that you've made. We will add this language to this, and we will delete section 8. And I think we have an agreement.
We do.
Okay, and I will go over to OLS and we'll get that started. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure I'm going to see you.
We'll see you again.
Yes, I know. Well, now that we've done this, well, I will see you. I think I'll see you this afternoon.
Yes, we'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That gets me over. Gets me over. Now I gotta get over for 417.
And I'm sorry to disappoint my colleague, Representative Sylvia, today.
I will say Representative Sylvia's tenacious. Keeps bringing this issue back.
You can bring it back in the fall.
Yep, and it'll come back again, I'm sure. So, okay. Okay, all right. I'm going to leave my papers, oh no, we're going, 417, where am I going? Over to the LOB. I gotta find my.
You got more going today?
Yeah, that's my day. Yeah, I gotta take my stuff out of here. Yeah, oh, you should see. You think this
Thank
is
you very
bad? You should
much.
see tomorrow, you should see Wednesday.
Really?
I have 18. 18? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 155 FN. Okay, so we have the Senate version, we have the House version. Could we ask the House version to go through, the House members to go through the House version and the changes that you made?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we put in a definition of what temporary health partner actually meant, because there was no definition. On that part, that's all we did was the definition. Yeah, we moved it into session law rather than, because it was going to sunset with the emergency orders, we felt it was better in session law. I do want to mention that, I'm sure you have also heard from the governor's office regarding the request extended out to January 31st, because there's 22,000 people who lose their license when the emergency order expired, so we should probably fix that right away.
Yes, I would agree, and I believe I've got some language here that would.
Oh, great.
That would do that.
Great. Let me see, what else did we change? We dropped some things, didn't we? We removed sections, section 4 and section 5 relative to EMTs and military service members, because that was addressed in another separate bill, HB 567.
Right.
So we saw that as unnecessary and duplicative. We removed the section addressing the pharmacy technician administration of COVID-19 victims, because this was also addressed in another bill, HB 572. We added something regarding the summer camps, kind of a belt and suspenders thing to make sure that in the future they would not be deemed to have been out of business and thus be able to continue their operation if the COVID this summer prevented them from getting open this summer. Go ahead, yeah, please.
I've actually heard from some summer camps that because they have to hire staff so far in advance, some of them won't be operating or will not be operating enough to meet the grandfather requirements this summer as well. So we added this summer to it.
We removed section 8 in its entirety because it really addressed the construction during COVID, which now that the emergency is over, it's unnecessary. Construction is picking up and there's no longer any limits on it. Which leaves us with the outdoor dining. We consulted with the Liquor Commission and with DHHS and DES regarding limiting the number of people inside and outside to match the number of people that would be authorized by the septic system or so that they didn't go over capacity simply because they would be able to put people outside. And feel free to chime in if I missed something, Tony. And we made sure that it was still local control, that it was up to the local boards to decide as far as outdoor dining, zoning type of things like that. And I think that covers the house changes.
Let's see. We also repealed the emergency licensing procedures in RSA 310A:1H and the temporary licensing of out-of-state pharmacies and mail order pharmacies. That's here also.
Let me see if I can find that section.
That's on page 13.
Of-
13 of this side by side.
Okay.
Okay, can we discuss the language that we would like to
Oh, absolutely.
include? Because we have a number of proposals.
Can we start with this?
Yes, please, because I know you have to leave.
Yeah, just briefly addressing what you said, it looks like we extended it out to January 31st, 2022 for the out-of-state.
So this First Amendment deals with the outdoor seating. And it adds a sentence that, or adds a clause in line 14, unless the total number of seats remains the same or is reduced. So you shouldn't have to go to DES if you're not making any changes. So there's no change to your septic loading. And if you voluntarily reduce seating, same thing.
Yeah, a quick look here, it looks like it accomplishes what we needed and is simpler, so, sorry.
Well,
Yeah, it takes out the necessity to go there in the first place if you're not expanding. So yeah, that makes sense.
right. And if you're expanding, then it's something else again,
Right.
obviously, but I think this is more clarification.
I agree. You good? Diane? Diane? Deborah, were you there? Are you okay with, are you, oh. All right, next.
I will wait till she's finished and see if she has something else she would like.
No, I thought if he had nothing to pass out to in the meantime.
So if I might, Madam Chair.
Well, I mean, Representative Schuett's still reading.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I don't want to get people too confused. You're okay?
Yeah, so normally what we would do is
Yeah,
the House would vote and the Senate would vote.
Okay, so,
Ask us, are we okay?
are you guys okay?
Yes.
Sue, are you okay with this? Yes. Yes, we're okay with this. Are you folks okay with this?
We are.
Okay, so we will adopt this. Okay, next we have another amendment from Senator Bradley.
Wait a minute, I'll wait. If I can,
No,
my
me
thumbs
too.
start working better
Me
here.
too. So,
Thank you.
I think Representative Lucas, this amendment might, Representative Lucas, this might speak to your summer camp question.
So what this amendment does, apparently in the emergency healthcare licensing provision for camps, there was a concern expressed by the Camp Directors Association that was resolved by this amendment. Okay, so it, on line 9, I think it's the operative language. They'll continue to offer and issue emergency temporary licenses for healthcare workers.
So if I may, it allows them to continue issuing them now, but regardless of when they issue them, they expire no later than January 31st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, and isn't that consistent with the language that we have from the governor? Which I don't have, but.
No,
No.
this one says.
Well,
The state converted
2022.
license under this section.
yeah, January 31st, 2022, but it says they can continue to issue the licenses now, but regardless, they still all expire.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yes.
Has anyone, has Ms. Courtney been consulted on this?
No, so, and then the third amendment I have is from Ms. Tanner, but it's not an OLS amendment.
Okay.
So why don't I distribute it?
S.
Okay, so this. So the only difference is this one is converted to a license. And there's no, and this one expires.
I think that is this one.
Yeah, oh, of course.
This is a big policy change.
Let me complicate this a little more because I've received a request for for some language that basically says emergency license issued during COVID-19 pandemic pursuant to the governor's executive order 2020-04 shall not be deemed to have lapsed upon expiration of the state of emergency and shall be converted to a license under this section upon passage. No. That would be a new section 8. I'm sorry, Representative, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. The language that you just mentioned would convert emergency licenses to permanent licenses, even though the people may or may not meet the qualifications for a permanent license.
That was the request.
Yeah, that's a big policy decision. I don't, right? Permanent? Let's see what Diane thinks.
Yes, no, please.
This language says this provision shall be converted to a license under this section upon passage. This section is a temporary license.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not converted to a permanent license, it is converted to a temporary license. It's to codify licenses, temporary licenses issued during the state of emergency, and temporary licenses issued under Senate Bill 155. Say that they both would expire, I believe it's January 31st.
Correct.
Not convert to a permanent license. I would say a temporary license.
Yeah,
But this here says that the intent of this bill was to permit all existing, and there's 22,000 and counting, emergency licenses to be extended through January 31st, 2022. However, as worded, the extended expiration date would only apply to those licenses issued under Senate Bill 155 and not those issued under emergency order number 15. So that's the difference between the two.
huh. Yeah. Seems to me this is,
Why don't you recognize Lindsay?
Lindsay, would you like to come forward? For members here who are not aware, this is Ms. Lindsay Courtney. She is the Executive Director of OPLC. Yeah, I think so.
Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure. OPLC would support draft C of a C amendment to SB 155. And I believe, and although I haven't seen what's before you, that language that would essentially ensure that the existing emergency licenses issued under Emergency Order 15 could be converted to a temporary license and extended to January 31st of 2020. The issue that we have before us is that over 10% at this point of all authorized healthcare workers in the state of New Hampshire are operating under an emergency license. And there is a need for continuity of care that goes beyond, the emergency rule that we were able to promulgate on Friday.
I was just going to ask, are you speaking to both the draft C that we've got and the language that Senator Carson read?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator, yes, I'm sorry, Representative.
Can you explain to me the difference between a temporary license and an emergency license? What practical effect will this have?
The temporary license is issued under RSA 310A-1:F, I think. We actually sought that last legislative session, and it mirrors the requirements for an emergency license under emergency order number 15. So essentially, in order to qualify, you have to have a license in good standing in another jurisdiction. The difference is temporary licenses under that statute are valid for 120 days, whereas under the emergency order, they were valid for as long as the state of emergency.
Follow-up.
Yes, follow-up.
So really, all this does is it ties the temporary licenses to the emergency licenses, and they both will expire January 31st, 2022?
Correct.
Glenn, any questions? Diane? Are you okay with that? Yeah? Okay.
So again, just if I could,
Yeah.
just to understand, are you speaking to the second draft we got?
You've seen this?
Okay,
Just to make sure we're all on the same song.
right.
Yes. So this proposed amendment to SB 155, LBC at the top.
So that plus the draft C,
Correct.
plus the language,
Fixes.
Senator. Okay.
Yes, this would fix the issue that we have.
And after January 31st, 2022, everything's back to normal, licensure-wise?
Correct. We've been urging providers, if they intend to practice in New Hampshire, and it's usually by telehealth that this has posed a problem, that they should and they need to seek permanent licensure. The other part of this provision is that it retains, the licensing boards retain jurisdiction over those licensees. So if something were to come up during the course of their licensure, they have jurisdiction to take appropriate action.
Does this in any way interact or affect any of the compacts that we've dealt with in other?
Only to the extent that the licenses that were issued, to the extent that you don't qualify for a compact license, we would be issuing single state licenses. So For example, Board of Nursing, we've entered into the compact. If we are not meeting the requirements, one of which is an FBI background check, and a couple of other requirements, then we issue a single state license, meaning that they can't take this emergency license and go and practice in another compact state.
Thank you. Everybody good?
Yes, Representative Lekes, do you have another question? Oh, okay. Are there any questions from this side of the table? Senator Bradley?
So, thank you. If we adopt your language, does the amendment I passed out for youth camps become necessary?
I don't think so, Senator, provided that all of those individuals who are practicing at youth camps are doing so under an emergency license, and I assume that they are. This language, draft CFC, states that healthcare workers issued emergency or temporary licenses during the COVID-19 pandemic. There are some temporary licenses that are issued, not by the agency, by the board, as I'm talking this through, that wouldn't fall within the amendment outlined at the top, OPLC draft legislation 61421. That's one of the issues OPLC has.
So it would not be a problem if we included both amendments then?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
All right,
Sorry,
thank
that was a long-winded way of saying that, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
So the House
So-
concurs with that?
okay. On both of those amendments?
Yes, right?
Okay. And so we do not need to put in language that says emergency licenses issued during the COVID-19 pandemic pursuant to the governor's executive order 2020-04 shall not be deemed to have lapsed upon expiration of the state of emergency and shall be converted to a license under this section upon passage. And this came from the governor's office.
Yes, this language is also captured in this draft that you have as an important, because it basically allows us to look back.
Okay.
So I would certainly urge the committee to include that so that the licenses aren't lapsing, that people who are practicing who shouldn't be aren't deemed to be engaging in unlicensed practice.
So you're saying that we should adopt that language also?
The language here, Senator, is intended to supplant the
Okay,
language here.
that is the OPLC
Yep,
draft?
Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
so you've
Correct.
already captured that. Okay,
Okay.
terrific.
Thank you, Senator.
That works
Thank
out
you.
better because I was a little concerned with the broadness of the suggested language from the governor, so.
Okay, so Senator Prentice, do you have any questions or comments? Senator Bradley? Pardon? Okay, so we've already adopted one amendment, and it seems like we're going to adopt 1927.
Yeah.
Everyone's okay with that one?
Yeah.
And this OPLC draft legislation, are you folks all okay with that? Senator Prentice, Senator Bradley, okay, and you folks are
Yep.
okay? Okay, so we've adopted 3 amendments to House Bill 155. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns about the rest of it? And the differences? I don't think so.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do we potentially want to meet again just to review everything, make sure everything's correct?
Yeah,
We'll
that
have to
would
get
be-
it drafted, obviously.
Sure.
Right,
That
Okay.
should be a quick meeting just to look at
Yeah.
the changes.
okay.
I agree.
Maybe on, I don't know, what's
Tomorrow?
your schedule,
be
tomorrow or
tomorrow.
Wednesday?
Just remember.
I know, we got 147 at 1 o'clock.
Right. But we could maybe, oh, so that's the earliest you could meet, so it'd have to be after that.
Yeah,
Well, that's 12 hours, so we're good.
well, we could do, I know Representative Lekes, you said you had,
I can be available anytime tomorrow, other than when we have the 417
okay.
one.
Would it be safe to say 2 o'clock tomorrow?
Everybody good? Yeah.
Yes, that
I
works
mean,
for me.
unlikely to be an HB2, but as long as you've
Better than
reviewed it, I'm
Wednesday.
good.
Okay.
I
All
have a
right.
funeral
Okay,
Wednesday.
we have 3.
Tuesday's fine for me, Wednesday is worse, I have a funeral, so
Tomorrow?
Tuesday is good.
No.
Tuesday's good, okay. So we're going to recess this committee conference to meet tomorrow at 2, and just hold quick. We got to make sure we get a room, and this room is available to do that. So the calendar notice will hopefully come out, and you folks will be notified. And hopefully we'll get this all together in one document, and we can
Send it on.
sign off on it.
Excellent.
Thank you all very much for
Thank
your
you as well.
time.
Thanks.
Get you out of here by
I like it when
1:30.
it works out.
Pardon?
I like it when it works out.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. Well, that gives me an opportunity now to go over to OLS and get this started.
Now I need to review this.
I've got 2 of them I gotta go over, so I've got one. Well, since Grant was here, Grant can Just. Okay. Good afternoon. I am convening the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 142. And we're going to begin by asking the House to explain their changes to Senate Bill 142.
Good afternoon. I am Representative Greg Hill. I'm the Chair of Legislative Administration. I'll ask the rest of my colleagues to introduce themselves.
I'm Representative Bob Green, Vice Chair from Hillsborough 37, representing the towns of Hudson and Pelham.
Claire Willard, Hillsborough 6, representing Goffstown.
Representative Matt Simon, Grafton 14, I represent 7 towns up north.
Thank you. So as far as the actions of legislative administration, partially, well, mostly because of the actions of the Senate with these omnibus bills, we were almost guaranteed to receive something that we knew nothing about. And of the 8 or 9 study commissions that came to our committee, legitimately, if all of them were filed individually, they would have gone to 8 or 9 different committees. So we did the best we could with what we had. We also were very careful and cognizant of the fact that had the bills been individually sent, because of House rules, if we had ITL'd any of these sections, that would have precluded them to come back next year. We wanted to make sure that by removing them, they were allowed to come back as an individual bill and be heard in the House by the appropriate committee. And that was primary in our actions, and it was discussed throughout the committee. We also felt that if any of the commissions needed to or wanted to, there would be no reason why an ad hoc committee couldn't be taken up over the summer if they wanted to. So we are trying to give as much leeway and as much possibility for further action by the other body as we could. So in that, we jumped into these and immediately we decided, well, not immediately, after much testimony and much inner conversation, we came away with a unanimous decision that you saw before us. You saw before you. We decided to amend the 3 into 2, and we sent back to you the commission to study the incidence of post-traumatic stress disorder in the first responders, and reestablishing the commission to study grant families in New Hampshire. And I will reiterate, that was a unanimous decision, and that is the House position. And I truly can't see us moving from that House position. So I'm happy to pass things back over to your side of the table.
Thank you very much. I completely understand the sentiment about the omnibus bills. It wasn't my favorite thing to do.
Thank you. I'm not sure that's possible. I think we are confident in our position. After the hearing and subsequent conversations, there are a number of simultaneous discussions going on in various commissions that go along with the one that we set aside on land density and home, what's the phrase I'm looking? Housing, thank you. So I would think, I really think that there's not going to be much discussion or give and take. I'm sorry to say that. I don't often say that. I think there's always room for conversation. I think in this case, we have a firm position of, and I could have easily not agreed to the committee of conference the other day, but we wanted to be able to sit and say what I've just said to you face to face.
Okay, I just would like to make you aware there's a couple of documents that you've been handed. One is from Taylor Caswell, who is our one of our commissioners. I don't know, the Commissioner, Department of Business and Economic Affairs, that talks about some things as well. Would you entertain an amendment on one of the sections, and Senator Birdsall can speak to that?
Yeah, one of the things that, and I know it was some consternation to the House, the training, and part of it was, there were two parts to it. One was online training, and the second part was actually in-person, every 5 years, in-person training. Because one of the things in the PTSD Commission that we learned is the problem, one, there needs to be a culture change in the higher ups of the, of both in the emergency services. Number two, there is not, in doing that culture change, there isn't they're not being trained in the possibilities of post-traumatic stress disorder in those emergency services. So one of the things the commission talked about last year, and I told them I would go ahead and put it in, is one, that we all agreed to online training for for the first 4 years, and then every 5 years have in-person training, because it's really important. But what we found out from talking to you, actually, Mr. Chair, is that there could feasibly be a mandate for the in-person training, and that's something that the PTSD Commission will discuss. But the online training is going to be virtually no cost. And so my amendment adds just online training for those currently in the emergency services.
To be frank, we hadn't discussed the idea of an amendment on either part one or part three. We had, it was my understanding that what we were going to be discussing would be part two, and that's where our conversations lie. I'm happy to talk to my colleagues for a few minutes and see if this is something that they want to entertain.
And it should be in your packet, I think.
Great. So that to be clear, the amendment would only deal with the online training for new or
everyone?
All.
Because what happens is everyone gets trained. When you're going into the emergency services of police officers and firefighters, they're automatically, when they're in the academies, they get trained when they're new recruits. What's not happening is the follow through throughout the years of service. So the online training would at least be something that would require them to do online training to keep it in the back of their minds on PTSD, until the commission gets together and is able to figure out the best and cheapest way to do actually in person. And also training once they're retired, because that's where you have a lot of problems with the suicides of the first responders, is after they're retired, and it culminates to the end of their service, and the post-traumatic starts taking its toll. And that's where you find a lot of the suicides start.
So, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the training. I agree with you, they probably should have that, but my question is, can we have that implemented with their unions without having the need to have that in legislation?
Not all of them are unions. You have volunteer service, volunteer firefighting departments throughout the state, but it does need a piece of legislation.
If we take the unions out of it, can the fire departments individually make some policy that this training will occur with unions out of it? Can they have that as part of their policy for hire and training and retirement, that this kind of training will occur, especially since it's not going to cost anything? Why do we need legislation, I guess, is my question.
I'll have to check on that, but according to the commission, we do need needed legislation to implement it.
Thank you.
So my question was going to be, could that train, the training was the only part of all of the commissions and all of the bills that were sent to us that actually did something. Everything else was a study commission, and it was implementing only after the study commission filed a report. So my question, I guess, is because legislative administration is not an expert on this training or fire service or anything like that, would it not make sense to have that be one of the areas that the study commission would look at with the suggestion for legislation on a standalone basis so that it would be reviewed by the House committee that would be most responsible for that? This is not obviously something that this is something that is obviously outside the bounds of legislative administration to determine what training is appropriate.
That is actually what we studied last year. And that was the decision of the commission to implement.
We're back to omnibus bills here.
That was not my decision. But that was a decision that the commission, we studied the suicide rates and the PTSD training, which is almost non-existent at this point, except for newbies coming in. And that's one of the things that if you look at the final report of the PTSD Commission in November, that was one of the recommendations. That's why I put it in.
I don't doubt that for a minute. I think it would be great, but that should have been the part then that get pulled out, and I'm not even sure whether it's labor or what committee would be the appropriate one here.
DNA.
No one came and testified from the House side. What we tried to do, just so you're aware, for all of the commissions and the multiple bills that came to us, we approached the chairs of the various committees and said, we don't know anything about this. Can you come and talk to us? Nothing was brought to us for the training on that. So that's why we are uncomfortable putting things in legislation that we truly don't know anything about.
That was probably the result of, there are members of the House that are on the PTSD Commission, including Timothy Soucy, Representative Soucy, and a few other firefighters. They should have come, admittedly, they should have come in and spoken and kept tabs on it. But I know that I was at a doctor's appointment the day of the hearing, and Josh, Grant Elliott, Boss, actually came in and introduced the bill. So.
Right. And this was not a topic that was talked about. The training was not. Yep.
He's right, it wasn't aside from that, to try to fix the legal rules and pieces. Is there a
It could, but again, the idea was to get the training in as quickly as possible and start getting them trained rather than having to wait another 8 to 9 months.
We're not the ones to do that. That's right. I think that's where this bill should have been looked at prior to creating the omnibus and said, okay, let's take this section out. If we truly wanted it to be as quickly as possible, let's make sure that goes where it's supposed to go.
Actually, I did have a conversation with you, and I talked about the importance of the training.
I understand. And I'm not disputing the importance of the training. I'm saying it's not my area of expertise. You talk about charter schools, I would have gone a different route. This is dealing with something that is an entirely different committee, and no one from any committee came and talked about that training. So for us to now jump in and say, yes, this is important and we're going to amend it in, we would be doing a disservice to everyone who voted on our side without that in.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you in person, Representative Hill. So although I hear what you're saying, with all due respect, this is an opportunity for us to do what's right and to do what's right for the first responders in New Hampshire. You might not feel at this juncture that this is in your wheelhouse, but we all come to the legislature as generalists. We have our specialties, like mine is, a paramedic and a long-time emergency medical responder. So I bring that perspective where you have a lot of interest in the education side and charter schools, but we're asked to distill these issues down and do what's best. So despite how this came to you, we're asking you now to do what's best for our first responders. And we're in a particular place that's different. Rather than having to wait another 8 or 9 months, this has been overlooked for years in our profession. The light is on it now more than ever because of the number of suicides in particular, nationwide, and looking at COVID as being, the stress of that has just brought everything forward for our first responders. And then the retired folks. So my husband just retired after 30 years. And I've watched him slow himself from, on the job to sitting still. And he is remembering and talking about things that happened when he was just, 18 years old. So I feel that although my position is that I hear what you're saying, I respect it, but I actually think we have an opportunity here to do this. So I'd ask that maybe we can compromise and get this done for the right reason. I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate your comments.
I want to make sure.
Would you like to
That's the right
talk?
button.
Yeah. I turned on the mic. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I really appreciate you coming and telling us that. I would probably contact the Firefighters Association and say, start this training now. You don't need legislation to do it. Let's start it, let's get it going. And then if they think that they really need legislation to get this training forward, I just am not sure where we're coming from here. And I truly appreciate PTSD in first responders, in our servicemen and women, more than I can express here. But we can do this now without even putting this in, without having this in legislation. And so that would be my response to this, so that we can do this and get it done now.
Let me just clarify, especially in the firefighters, and I think the academies are run by the state, which is why they need authorization in order to go ahead with the training. That's why we need the piece of legislation.
I'll also add, I was the prime sponsor of the Post-Traumatic Stress Commission a few years ago, and it has done a fabulous job for the state of New Hampshire, especially with the Department of Health and Human Services and with our veteran community. I've also, either as the chair of judiciary or ED&A, have seen legislation like this a few times, especially with police departments, and our recognition that they face very difficult circumstances, and it tends to manifest itself in a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's very destructive behavior with alcohol or drugs. Sometimes it's domestic incidences or increased acts of violence on their part. And the attitude that I've always taken is, let's get to it early. Let's get to it before it gets worse. And so I was well versed in this when it came to my committee. I wish I had known that folks were not testifying, because as you know, I'm also the prime sponsor on the Grand Families Commission as well. And I would have been able to speak to you about just how important it is that we have this. And I wish that you could have heard the stories that I've heard from first responders about what they've seen when they go in to, especially the fire departments, the EMTs, into places where people have overdosed, and sometimes going back twice in the same day to the same house, reviving someone with Narcan, and having the people living in squalor with kids. And I mean, it takes a toll on people. It really and truly does. We like to think of our firefighters and our police officers as our first line of defense, but we forget that they're human too. And sometimes it's very, very difficult to process this information, that the things that they have to deal with, things that we couldn't even begin to deal with. And so I can't impress upon you how important it is that we're just asking for an amendment for mental health training. That's all we're asking for. I could understand if we were asking to establish a whole new commission. And you guys, I don't know anything about this. That makes complete sense. But over the past few years, this legislature has been immersed in issues, especially concerning the opioid crisis and the ramifications of things that have happened because of it. And we have talked again over the past few bienniums about the increased need for mental health. I'm not versed in mental health. I don't have a degree in psychology, or I'm not a psychiatrist, but I do understand that we have a mental health issue here in the state of New Hampshire. And that as a representative of the people, even though I'm a senator, it's our job. I don't understand the resistance to even begin to discuss why we can't say, listen, this is a recommendation of the commission. These people are made up of the professionals. These are the doctors. These are the psychiatrists, the psychologists, the people that work with this kind of condition on a routine basis. And this is their recommendation. We had testimony. We had 3, 4, 5 entities testify about how important it is. And I don't know why they didn't testify in your committee. I can't answer that question for you. But I'm hoping that you can see that this is a very, very important issue. And it's like, well, okay, well, we can put it off till next year and we can have the people who are versed in this. Well, I'm telling you, I'm versed in this, and so is Senator Prentice. And we're telling you that we need this. Senator Birdsall has sat on the PTSD Commission for a few years now, and she's telling you we need this. We're not trying to pull your leg. We're not trying to put one over on you. We're just trying to impart to you just how important it is that our first responders get this training. And now it's online to make things even easier. So I'm hoping that you can see your way to understand how important this is and why we need to do this, and not wait another 8, 9 months, another year. I don't want to be sitting in this room next year having this same argument. This is very, very important.
You're an eloquent spokesperson. I understand your point of view completely. all the more reason why it should have been a standalone going to the correct committee with each of you standing there testifying in the way that you have for this issue, not having it stuck inside a study commission where no one came to testify. It's not our job to follow through on each little part of each one of these parts. This was the only part, it sounds like, and as far as we discussed, it's the only part that did something. Everything else studied something. But yet, what were we to believe when it was not even an issue brought up in testimony? It was not brought up by a phone call from a senator, and it was put inside an omnibus, so it was almost assured to go to the wrong place. That none of that is legislative administration's duties. At the same time we were dealing with this, we're dealing with where paintings should be hung inside the State House. So, you know, when you deal with the level of importance of the issues, certainly what you're talking about is 10 out of 10 versus where a painting gets hung. I would have, had I been sitting in the Senate at the time, I would have made sure that, if I had sat on the commission and known how important this was, I would have made sure, I would have walked this through personally. It is not now the job to just create an amendment and throw it in and say, it's really important and let's make it happen. I can't see how that is fair to the committee who voted, again, unanimously on this, or to the House who has already voted to not have that section in there. We heard from 2 or 3 members of the House who said it was not important. Firefighters. We heard at least 2. Not in the hearings, right? Just in conversation. So I'm hard pressed to make a decision on something like this that up until today we heard nothing from that side of the wall saying that how important this was. You and I did have a conversation about it, and we talked about the 28A issue of it. That was the only conversation I've had in this entire term from anyone, either from the commission side or anywhere else. So
Representative, I totally disagree with you, because I did speak to you about the training piece of it and how important it was. And if the firefighters in your caucus or your body are saying it's not needed, well, John McAllister, Secretary Treasurer of the Professional Firefighters in New Hampshire, says it is important. Gordon Wilson, the Nashua Fire Department, Dave Goldstein, the Franklin Chief of Police and New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association, all believe it's important, and they testified in the Senate. I'm sorry they didn't come to the House. But we did discuss the training and how important it was.
Representative, what I think we're stuck on, I think there's 2 issues. One is the fact that you're not a big fan of omnibus bills, and I would agree with you completely. I don't like this, and you're right about keeping track of the moving parts. And I have had to keep track of a lot of moving parts in these omnibus bills, but we were crunched for time. And we had to get these things done. And these were 3 commissions that were grouped together. We have no control over what the House does and how the House assigns them. So I don't know why it went to legislative administration. I can't tell you why. I personally think that was a huge mistake. It should have gone to ED&A, and they should have dealt with it, because that's where most of the commissions are dealt with. But at this point, it seems that we're at a stalemate, that you folks just absolutely refuse to move on this particular issue. So let me talk with my colleagues and see what we want to do. Yeah, I'm supposed to be in the one on religious liberty.
Me too.
So we've got a, yeah, not you, lucky you. I'm just
We're back. I'm perfectly comfortable where we are right now. And if we can't sign off on this, that's fine with us. I would encourage you to hang on to the two pieces that we did send over, the grand families and the PTSD as we amended it. That's our unanimous committee's recommendation, and that's our House position, and that's where we're staying.
We will proceed to the House because we want to keep what we have. I just have to say that
I'll be happy to co-sponsor, quite frankly. And again, I'm happy to co-sponsor it. And I will be the first one at Labor, I think we decided would be the place to have this go. Oh, ED&A, is that what it would be? Yeah, okay. Will that be available